Why, hello there. Ah, blurry. A blurry way to start the day. We'll sort that out in just a second here. Make sure everything's good. Are you good? Yes. Excellent. How about you? Yes. Okay, let's fix this really quick. Okay. There we go. And then let's go ahead. Get some stuff going here. Let's run a database because we're going to need that eventually to run some tests. There you are. There we go. Perfect. And we'll get rolling. Okay. And we are transit. Okay, yeah. We're in the middle, and I started thinking about this a little bit while I was eating lunch, and I think this sucks. I don't like this. I don't want that to be that way. And I think we're going to have a couple different... It's all going to be the same in the config file, I think. But I think this is going to become not room connections, but cardinal connections, and this goes back to transit. Oh my gosh. Why aren't you? Oh, because it's internal now. Right. So if we put them in 2, because the vast majority of the time, I think, you're going to be using a cardinal connection. I think that's more likely, right? And having them stored separately is just going to... Why are you blurry again? It's just going to solve a lot of problems for us very easily, right? Hang on, let me fix this. But we need to support these other things as well. There we go. So we need both. But in here, so I'll have to fix this up. Well, actually, hang on. When we... We need to figure out if this is adjacent or not. It is, and the connection is, or the tag is cardinal direction. Put it in the cardinal exits. Else put it in the additional exits. Maybe log error. There's no reason that this should be... No. Okay, so... if you did some kind of like a fancy exit, you could give it additional tags. You know, go through bookcase door or whatever, right? It could still be a cardinal connection, or a connection to a neighbor, I guess I should say. It's just not a cardinal connection. So we'll leave that out. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So I'll have to fix it, but that's okay. We'll need to figure out... a couple things. But that would clean up all of this crap that I hated anyway. We wouldn't need this. We still go through the default exit print order. This needs to get pulled out. A simple return or to a function tells us if we should display this exit or not. And then we can make decisions about this, right? Room exit. What did you used to be called? You used to be called direction. Oh, no, we just added tag. We're going to get rid of tag here. Direction. I don't really want to add a second type here if I can avoid it. We got to think about the display as well. How do we communicate this, right? So Cardinal is very easy. But the other option being a little bit more freeform, right? So it's easy to say, like in a live, this to the, and then direction to string, right? Piece of cake. But displaying, you know, the hidden door or whatever. And then this is a verbose, but like the quick look, it's just a list. We would almost need like a label How do I want to do that, though? We can make a cardinal or a coordinate invalid, but not a cardinal invalid, right? Cardinal to there's an invalid point. Cardinal to it's in direction, that's where it is. We have the ability to switch these back to it's only used in 3 places, so we could give you like a cardinal, comma, okay type deal. Would be a thing. Hmm. I'm okay with pulling a cardinal out here. Because this we only have to do once, right? So we could do a switch there. That would be okay. If we had to. But if we're thinking generically here, I think we still have tags. Because then we can add them easy. And then in our transit... oh, actually, it's going to be from the config manager that we need to look at that. It's going to be here. We did say we had tags on a connection object. And an origin and a destination. So we can figure out from here when we get this guy what we're going to do about it. Um Yeah, this I think I like. This is a little bit messy. I don't love this. Hey, I learned Strex yesterday. Nice, nice. How's it going today? Um, I really want it to be either or when I'm giving it back. I think. But here's the thing. So if we have tags, that's fine. Um, when we do our message back to the user, here we just do this. So north, south, east, west, whatever, yada yada. Um, but and exits is just a list of these. Like how do you concisely put a tag in? So we could say that we break these out. I don't necessarily want to do that. So then I have a proliferation of events, or of structs, right? From what I heard on boot, the struct type should matching. For example, if there's a string up, there's another string there. Should string down, but well, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Um, and I guess we could put it in the description, but then we wouldn't know. We'd have to figure out which one it is there, right? Like optimizing types. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about at all. Um, if we make this an interface, then we can do like a label in there. I don't love that though either. We're using Cardinal here just because it's convenient though. If we're trying to reuse this, Yeah, I just keep coming back to Cardinal is very, very simple and very, very easy to reason about. So I don't want to get rid of that. Memory layout. Okay, yeah, I don't know. The rest of it, I get you're hinting at something like that. The rest of it doesn't make sense though. And really, that's not like I'm skeptical that there's anything in there that you should be doing that isn't going to be done by an optimizer for you. Um, Optimize your structs for human readability. That's what I would say. Um, how do I want to get this back? Order of fields can impact memory usage. Yeah, I'm still skeptical. Hmm. When we give it back, it's a list. So we've already put it in order. But where we translate it to human readable is here. It comes to us as an event here. So trying to put this into like something like this isn't going to serve us, I don't think. If we put it into like a label, or even better, maybe we do like just call it display text. It can still be a string. Then in here we can say, cool, if I have a direction, it would be easier to nil check this if we did that though. The struct sending limit 32 user ID string age int 32 for example. Instead of that should be struct User ID, string sending limit 32 age. Yeah, I don't. I'm skeptical that matters. Let's find out. Let's see if there's anything that anybody is saying. That like anybody authoritative is saying. Like I see a bunch of blogs about it, but I don't trust rando blogs that it comes to something like that. Yeah, I don't see. Here's a Dave Cheney blog. This is about padding of structs. This is about padding stuff. And even here at the end, even here at the end, he's like, "Do programmers need to care about this? Probably not. Stuff of brain teasers, right?" Like this level of optimization is just not. I'm very skeptical that there's any value to be derived from it. Let's see here. 2016, there was no compile time optimization. I don't. This is just Stack Overflow, though. I don't see any authoritative sources talking about this. Like, you would need compelling arguments to convince me that it would matter that much and that it would be worth trading off human readability. I want to be a Go dev. I'm learning from your videos and they're great. Thank you. Yeah, cool. Appreciate you. Glad you're getting some value out of them. Okay. So if we put a label or display text on, the thing is, then we have to check this. Could type assert and do a different type, even though I don't really want to. The problem is that a default cardinal, well, I guess it's going to be 0, 0, which is invalid. That's no direction. We could do, not a type, but it would probably make more sense to put it here. Or rather, we could call it like nil. And it's a cardinal at 0, 0. Why my fingers did that. And then we can check against nil in anywhere we consume it. Namely, alive over here. So when we go through, this is still fine. We can then say right here, if exit direction is, or rather not equals, it's coordinates. If it's not nil, we do that, else display text. So we could do something like that. I don't know that I like display text in that, though. Let's call it exit label instead. And then down here, we will kind of do the same thing. So if we're going to do the same thing here, though, why not just put the direction into the exit label? Well, actually, this is exactly where we don't want to. Because then we'd have to put into the conditionally, when we shouldn't really care about that from the perspective of the tile that's building this message, right? So in this case, we would do the same check. We write that in cases of it being a cardinal. Otherwise, we do just the description, or not description, label. Does that make sense? Maybe. And then the description either way. We also got to think about how we encode and decode this into the config file, right? We have tags in here. We have origin, destination, we have tags. Let's actually put you down here. Origin, destination, tags, and I guess just like exit label. Does that make sense? Maybe. Still be omit empty in both of these cases. And I guess if we don't have a label, we fall back to just joining the tags so we have something to display. And if we don't have tags, I guess we just split the label. Hey, thanks for follow. Appreciate that. So, like, we have ways to get something out of here as long as they fill in something. If it's not a cardinal. This is going to be one of those things where we're just going to have to, like, take our best guess and use it and see how it feels, I think. Okay, so when we do connect, we'll have to fix that up. We need to make sure that destination, description, enter message, leave message. You don't need tags in here. You do need the exit label in here, I think. Okay. So let's just kind of follow the journey of a thing getting read in from a file. We load you up. We don't need add connection. That's been moved out into the editor. We also don't use this anymore. Where did we use you before? I forgot to turn that off, didn't I? Put it on mute, rather. It's because this is when we were creating things. Here we just load them. Okay. So everything gets loaded in. The map over here, when we're building... move we'll have to fix up still. But when we're building the tile grid, here we are. Connect. So that comes over here. Goes into here. So destination description, we added exit label and tags to there. We added just the exit label here. Put you after destination. That's probably fine. I don't like this. I would like to... We have a config here. And I would really like to just give you that. But we need the destination tile. I guess we can pull that out separate and then give you the config still. And just not worry about looking at it. Because the only thing we do is put you in there. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, let's do that. Because we really want to make decisions in here as to how we build this object. You're that. So here, we still need the destination. Does my config have... It has a null UUID. I guess you can return an error. We don't need the ID because that's going to come in with the config. So let's just do config and destination tile like so. Let's do that. Here, if the ID field, which is a null UUID, if it's not valid, we'll return an error that says unable to connect tiles, transit ID invalid. And we can try that, because it should be something. It'll probably be zeros. That's what the usual case would be, I think. Otherwise, we're here. That should be fine. We've got the destination. That should be okay. We can also say origin. Origin is just coordinates. And I don't know where I live. I do know where I live. I don't know that it's valuable in any way, though, to check that. Because the only reason we know to grab you is because we resolved you. I guess it's possible we could have made a mistake. Location versus map coordinate. Right. We do that. brain fart there. Then configured origin location string that is not this tile's location. Let's also do unable to connect tiles. And then we can do origin location and our location. Both of these we should do pretty. Okay. This can be the exit label. It'll be nothing or something. Exit description. Transit enter. Transit exit. Spot DC. Use DC. Okay. Now, we can still check those. That's fine. We need to make sure this is config tags now. Right? Oh, it's public, that's why. So we need to figure out what kind of thing we are here and how to fill in the rest of our fields if we don't have them. We can say it all sort of hinges on whether or not our destination is next door to us. And I guess we could just do we just like check and do basic math on the points, I suppose. But what if it's connected to a different map, right? That's our other problem with this plan. Because we don't have that in here, because we don't need it. We just need to have the correct object to point at. But hmm. How do we determine or encode this information? I guess in the config file, it labels a string. Could give it just like a bool flag for is cardinal. We could also have the editor like automatically and uneditably put the tag for the cardinal direction into the tags so that you could like, only add to it. That would be an option. I think I like that a little bit better. In direction, you have usages already. But that's fine. If I return nil here, could do that. Yeah, let's go with that. How do we handle multiple cardinals in there? Yeah, I feel like the simpler answer is to put this behind like some kind of an interface. What would that even look like, though? And it doesn't really solve our problem over here in the other side of things either. So we still have this problem. I guess it doesn't matter if multiple things, technically, multiple cardinal directions point the same way. So I guess we could just say we want to still make sure that if this is empty, we need to put something in there. Okay, I'll look at it later. Um, but here we have a problemo. We have to know if you're cardinal or not. Or have just like a universal default. And maybe that's just what we do. Like, it's not correct, but it gives you something to go from, right? As to what... It's not invisible for one. It's not an empty character, but also it gives you a place to go looking for where you need to fix a thing. What does JSON and BSON mean in struct? I'm now learning interface, but I haven't been solid on structs yet. These are tags, so they have a meaning that's specific to something. In this case, the default JSON unmarshal, that's how you tell it, this is what the actual JSON file is going to call it. Don't just try to look for this exact string, because I like my JSONs to look a little different. And also other behaviors like omit empty, right? So if there's an empty, then it doesn't marshal the an empty field. So if this was empty and you didn't omit, it would probably do something like that. But if you omit empty, it just won't have the key or the value at all. BSON is like Mongo. Mongo uses that, but it's the same thing. It's just for Mongo to deal with, and it has similar behavior to JSON because it's similar. SQL drivers, you can do the same thing. Like PGX, you use DB as the tag. Same deal. You can rename. So internally you can be origin, but in here you can be, tile _ origin or something. I mean, I'm solid on structs, but not at a flawless level to know what JSON and BSON mean, when writing production code. Yeah, that's all it means. It's just, it has meaning to different things that consume it. I'm pretty sure they're called struct tags. Let me make sure. Yeah, well-known struct tags for different things. JSON, you can see encoding JSON. BSON, I guess only Mongo is the only documentation for them. Makes sense. I think Mongo invented BSON, but I could be wrong. You could make your own, I believe, as well, if you had some sort of compelling reason to. Okay, so here we can just set you join. Well, I guess we need to also make sure that this is greater than 0, because we have to have something to join. So we join tags on a space character. Thanks. Also, quick question for struct method or receiver functions, whatever they're called. I think they're technically called methods. Say I have a receiver function that means I can use that struct.receiver. Yes. Yeah. I believe they're technically called methods. Function and method get used interchangeably a lot. But in Go, a function, even though they're all called functions, a function that has a receiver, I don't have any here, usually get called methods. Otherwise, let's be a little bit default connection description we already have. Well, let's do default transit label. Sure. Exit label is default transit label. We probably also, we don't have a logger in here. Could pass one in for things that aren't really errors. Methods are only limited to structs, right? As far as I'm aware, I can think of, yes. Why are you blurry again? I feel like you're just getting worse and worse. There. And in the case of the tags, so this, if we do it in this order, it would be this. If it's less than 1. Actually, if we do this first, then we can simplify this a little bit. So if the tags that are in the config are empty, it's just an empty list, then we can set this to strings split, default transit label on the spaces. And then we know that that's always there. And then this always can join them. If we don't have tags default to the split of default label, if we don't have an exit label, actually, yeah, no, we're fine. Oh, actually, now we got to check both either way, because it would be smarter to do this. So we still got to do this anyway. That's fine. We'll do the same thing with spaces. Split of the exit label, or if that is empty, default to the split of the default transit label. If you don't have an exit label, use the tags. Okay. And then in here, we can go through and we can say if get cardinal tag card is not... I should change that name, though. Hey there, Miss Mongoose. Are you? Hey there, Mr. Crusher. I'm doing okay. How about you? Because these guys are in the same package. And they're in the same package because... They would have to be circularly imported because everything in them is so interrelated. We can call you nil cardinal. I guess we called you 0. And we have an invalid. This is still more clear to consume if we call it nil cardinal. If you're not, then we put in that. Otherwise, if it is a nil card, meaning it's not a cardinal direction, additional connections at tag is this transit. There we go. Return nil here. Go ahead and give me a logger here. And I will log a warning for these. Connection this has no exit label. Could just do or rather this is no tags first. So we can do that, and then using I don't want to log 2 messages. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh my gosh. You. This. Right string. Connection. Right string, the CFG null UUID string, right string has no tags, and then in here, right string defaulting to the exit label for tags, or defaulting to the, or setting to default transit label tags. And then here, set a warn F, SB string, and a warn message. There we go. Here, this can just be regular connection. This has no exit label defaulting to using tags. And then this is the UUID. Nice to hear that. Me just chilling on Saturday afternoon. Excellent. How's your RPG project going? Haven't asked about that in a hot second. And then the others are errors, so that we'll handle a little differently. These are just warnings, so we can do that. So, when we go ahead and build you, we need to give you, instead of this mess, we're going to give you the config and then the tile and then the logger. Couldn't remember the order. Connection config, destination tile, and then I don't have a logger here either. Damn it. I could pass it down. D4. I don't have a logger here either. Okay. So what I'm gonna do... Wait, no, I do have a log. I created it there. Yeah, okay. We can do that. That's okay with me. I don't normally like drilling things down that far, but like the alternatives suck more. So we'll go ahead and give you... We'll loan you this. Made a log of progress on RPG in last week. Fixed collision, added items, enemies wander around the map, and the game is less than 4K in total. Nice. And everything's still building on all 3 platforms? When I add graphics, it will be more like 6K, so I have a lot of room to 24K limit. Nice, nice. And then here, we give you log. We don't need to pull these out separate now. This is just error. And these are true errors. So we return nil error connecting tile S and S. We're going to use the same string, destination tile ID, and then error. This can all get cleaned up. We've replaced you. Yes, it's still built on all 3 platforms. Excellent. Sounds like good progress being made. Okay, that'll fix building the tile grid. You need to just give that the log. Easy enough to fix. Okay, let's go back to... What are you upset about? Take them out then if you don't use them. Because we just passed them through, that's why. Okay. And then you, when we're getting exit info, we can go through our default exit print order still. This is cardinal connections. I don't need that anymore. Except for I should do this. And then everything should just work. Because we took that intermediary struct out. Okay. Now, the room exit. We have broken you. Oh, because we had chucked in an if there. So direction. Oh yeah, we need to pull this guy out. That's part of our other problem. And that's going to look like... I think this is just like a bool. Good progress, yes. I just hope I don't over-optimize myself into a reasonable, unreadable mess. Wow, I can't read today. I just hope I don't over-optimize myself into unreadable mess. Yeah. That's always a trap. Actually, if we were to... could maybe get all of this... into a function. And we'll call maybe filter exits, maybe? And it'll return our room exit. We're going to take a transit pointer. Spotted exits. We need to get that in here too, though, then. It's my results tracker. That's fine. And we need the character as well. Event type. Oh, we get an event type as well. That makes sense. I suppose we probably want this to also be a bool. So we can make a room exit at the start. That's just empty. Result and false. Already known as true. Then we can come in through here. Call you exit result. This is just the T. Oop, that was... This is just T now. This is just T. If we failed, continue, don't add to the list, which then becomes exit result false. The thing is, 6502 is an 8-bit CPU, but C really likes integers for everything. Okay, yeah. Like return codes and all that good stuff. Direction. Okay, so this becomes... Think about where we return. We need to know from the transit and translate to this. But when we connected you, we put you into two different things. This doesn't know which of those two things are because we want to run through both of them. This... This is running on ID, so that's good. We don't have to worry about that. Not just that, biggest problem is indexing a buffer. Oh, yeah. Buffer indices are promoted to ints, even though indexes are in byte range. Pointer arithmetic gets even more slower. Gotcha. I didn't even think of that. Me neither. That's why I'm learning. That's what I learned by doing this project. Yeah. It's often the case, I find, is that you learn all those funky little things by smashing your head against the wall. That's how I've learned most of the things about writing a game engine. This, by doing this, all the weird things you get into. And I'm really glad I picked, a text-only engine to start with for my first engine to write. It actually, I talked about this before, I don't know if you've been there, but, like, it actually gives me a lot of insight into why other engines do things the way they do. Like, initially, when I was playing around with Godot, I'm like, why is everything a signal? Like, this seems weird that everybody just tells you to pass signals around, right? And then I encounter, I have to write this message bus and things have to listen to signals. I'm like, oh, I bet you they had similar architectural issues. And I didn't get deep enough into Unreal or something, Unity, to really encounter those weirdnesses. There was other stuff they did, but I imagine because of the use of signals that Godot is probably cleaner architecture-wise. Yeah. And I guess I could give you... But... I can give you the tag we used to retrieve you, I suppose. But the other problem... I guess I can also just add it up here. Because this will know more about what the list looks like. And this is really just telling me whether or not to include it and what the basic properties of it are. Well... maybe it shouldn't even be doing that. Maybe it should only be giving me a bool. I think so. The more I think about it, the more that feels like the correct answer. So we're going to get rid of this. This is just going to return false. Same here. And then all of this comes out. Goes back into here. Really quick. Otherwise, if we haven't found a reason not to, then we return true. And then let's say should include exit. So we go through here and we say if this transit, but we do need the event type still. We still need the character and then the transit and then the spotted exits, because that is part of how we resolve that. All right. Yeah, I'll go with it. So if we should include you, then we'll do stuff. Otherwise, it'll just go on. I don't know about Godot. I haven't played with it. I'm not really interested in 3D stuff because I would need a ton of assets, and I'm not that kind of an artist. Yeah. You wouldn't really need a ton of assets. And Godot works for 2D as well. Like, you can get pretty far with shapes. It has been done. There's also asset stores and things. But, like, you kind of have to want to make that kind of game to want to make that kind of game. Which I totally get. Okay, so we're in here. Direction here is cardinal, because we know that, because we're filtering it like so. I guess because both transit should have put you down. Here's what I should have done. There we go. We'll always have an exit label. You don't have tags. That's right. We put an exit label in all of you. Description, if it's not a quick look. This we need to put back into our should include logic. Wait, no. No. This is not the ad. That happens here. Okay. We'll have to change that name. It's not great. Because we're in here, search event and it's already known. I think we're okay here to just do this if we've gotten this far. Because here, if it doesn't have a DC to see it, we're going to end up returning true. If it does, and we have an entry and it's false, it's false. Already known. If we do, then we already know about it. So if we already know about it, this won't happen, so it falls through to true. We could actually just return true here. Yes, you said it better. I don't want to make that kind of game. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so if we had the entry and it was a failure, return false. Actually, here we could just return the success. If we did return that was true and false, map directly to whether or not we should show it. Otherwise, if it's a search event, because this fires any time you look, if you know about a thing, you get it for free until it expires. I'm going to say to do, consider if we should refresh the timer on this result or not here. And then in here, so if it's a search, if it's not a search, we're going to skip that. This should return false. Right? If it's not a search result, search action, and the exit is hidden, turn false. Okay, so check results. Why are we doing that? Because we used to have a more complicated function, that's why. We did not, and the look event is a search type, do the skill check. Search results. This should be able to go away. Let's break this out. If search result is greater than the DC to C, we need to add this anyway. Do the skill check. Okay. Add entry. Success. That's fine. You can do that. Now, we'll do that. And then that. That's nicer. All right. That's all good. If it's not a quick look, we add the description, we append you, and then so we got to think about tags. They can point to the same thing. That's fine. We break these guys up. And because this is a list of strings in the config, like, you're allowed to put in things with spaces. So we're going to assume that the config is good there, and each of these is a distinct set of tags. So it can be one or more. We just need to account for that thinking when we try to resolve the tag. Does that make sense? Or should we put tags on the transit too? I think we maybe should. Because our matching depends on knowing how many tags we matched. And these can still have the same contents in them, and I'm totally okay with that. It's just a pointer. Maybe this shouldn't be a map. Maybe this one is a list. Because it shouldn't be huge. And if we move the tags here, then we can go through it and do tag matching. When we're trying to resolve, when you say move and it's not a cardinal, we try to figure out what you are. So you have no tags right here. Go through the tags in the config. We can take it out. So if the tag is a cardinal, we add you to the cardinal connection map. Otherwise, we say we append your tags tag, and we're also going to want to additional connections. Well, let's just do that. And then here we say Actually, we could just do this. So we do that, and then we say is cardinal is true. At the end of all this, we've either put tags on or we've appended you to cardinal lists. I guess it could be both. Because you could put aliases in tags. Yeah, okay, but it's still the same pointers, so... So instead of doing this, we can just say... if len of this transit tags is greater than 0, because we filtered out adding these guys. Then we do t dot additional connections is append this transit. Pointer 2, that is. Because it can be in both. The primary case, I think, is that you're going to be using the cardinal directions. But if you want to add tags to it and somebody tries to use them, as long as they use the right object, that's all we really care about, and that it's sane to deal with. And I think we've achieved a degree of sanity here. I hope. Okay, so we've got our exits rebuilt like so. I think we're done with having that additional thing open. We'll take you out. You're gained that. That's populated by the connection we build. That makes sense to me. You're going to parse these things. We're going to have all of that. So I guess the next step we should look at is the move step here. Actually, what's still broken? I see a squiggly. It's in new tile. Because we need that. Except for I can't use make there. I need to just do that. Oh, no. This is my cardinal still. Okay. This one needs to go back. So we need additional connections. This is the one. Oops. That's that. You are map coordinates, oops, dot cardinal to transits. There we go. Okay, now we can go look at the moving portion here, because we'll have to change how we resolve these things a little bit. And the first thing we're going to want to do is just get things up to parity, and then we'll add some testing for the tag movements, probably. Because we won't have the ability to add them in the editor just yet. So we can't do that kind of test. We'll do the old-fashioned kind of test. Valid transit needs to become... We're at the game map level here. So here we need to figure out... let's test. You're going to be very broken right now. The room move notification, move event, that's what we're looking for. event, execution type, source, target, data. So in character, character, character. We create you an event when we call move. Right now, new event direction is the target. If we make this an interface, then we can type a straight over here. It's already an interface, so that's fine. So let's assume oh, except for you. You have to be changed here. But that's fine. And we'll just pass it through. Yeah. If we just call you move target, and we make you an interface, then the type, if it's a coordinates cardinal, cardinal move, case, list of string, to do resolve a transit via tags, and the you can do that like so, and then we only worry about dealing with the target transit in here. We do all our validation inside this block then. Yes, that's what we're going to go with. But I'm going to take a quick break and make some coffee. My coffee's been broken for too long now. So yeah, I'll be right back. Give me a minute to heat up some water. There we go. As soon as that is not lava, there will be caffeine. We'll convert it directly to code. And let me get this going here. So, here we need to resolve what this is that we've been given. Should be easy enough. We'll also have to think about different commands and how they relate. But that's going to be game manager's problem in a lot of ways to figure out what kind of event to send. Or world manager, rather. And we have a ton tile, so we should be good there. Then what we should do is say we have to still base it on the current location, which we've already got as current tile, actually. Current tile, current location. Cardinal connections. TGT, which is what we called you for targets. If this is okay, target transit is equal to T. Here, we need to look at tile here, get tag matches. Right now it only returns game objects. And it's only used in one place, which is here. Which we already figure out. We may already type check. But I'm wondering if we should abstract that away a little bit and pull some stuff out. It's useful to know if we're looking for a game object versus an exit. An exit is not a game object. Ambiguous tag match here. So we need most of this stuff, but maybe this should be get object by tag. And maybe we should just pull out this. Well, it doesn't. Like, there's not a lot of duplication here. Like, there's duplication of structure, but not of, like, the actual process here. I guess we could pull out and put it behind an interface. Anything with tags can be, you know, matchy-matchied. That would get us the ability to do this only, really. Is all that would really come out. That and, like, this. And this. I guess maybe that's worth it. Maybe. But then we can't do... We'd have to give this a tag function. Which is fine. Get tags and you return a list of strings. And then over here, like so. Put you with these other getters here. And then let's just go ahead and do that. And the things that it breaks, which I think will only be this, we'll fix, right? Meow. So if we were to do this, right, your unexported return type. So you would need to be exported. That's fine. We'd probably want to do that. Get elements by tag you take that. Where does log get used in here? Oh. Yeah, it makes sense, I think, to still have that. And we're returning an interface or an error. There we go. Could make you not a method, but a regular function. And also give you like a search area, which would be a list of tagged objects. That way we can reason about the return a little bit better, right? So we can say, you know, the search and prefer characters over items or vice versa or something. And then this would need to be that for sure. Yeah, probably. Okay. Let's pull this down. I think that's still valuable. Because we should also be able to grab it by ID. Well, actually, maybe not. Because an ID isn't really a tag. We just kind of mush them together. Maybe we leave it to this. Match that number. So you stay up there for now, and we'll throw ourselves a to-do in here. Should probably pull this out into its own function. Getting an object by ID is quite distinct from a tag search. But anywho, you now are going to be a list of tagged objects. We can skip that. We're basically going to go all of that. And then we'll clean this up. this this is our search area. Tag matches is 0. For tag in range of tags, range dot get tags equal fold to provide case insensitivity on the tags. Yes, good. Like that. Tag matches 0. Append match map. This should be object. Okay. One of those goes away. If our length is less than 1, no matcher. Okay, that's still fine. Match count list. Sort the keys. If it's greater than 1, we return an ambiguous tag match error. Yes. Return most matches index 0. Match map at most matches index 0. Right. Because if we have two things that match with one, we want to reason about that first. We do this so that we can key into you. We get the last index. If this is greater than 1, then we do that. Otherwise, we return that thing. Okay, yeah. That's all still good, I think. So now get element by tag is there. You see if it matches occupant tags. So we should do here is match error get element by tags. Tags. We didn't end up using the logger, so we'll take it out. We just need tags, and then this is T occupants for our search area. But that's it's because y'all look different. Crap. And I can't cast you because you're not an interface. Forgot about that. That's going to be problematic. I guess we can just do... This is an interface. And then we need to make sure... Let's rename you. I guess just set. Are you a list of tagged objects? Or not tagged objects. What did I call you? Yeah, tagged objects. If not okay, nil format arrayf provided search area is not a list of tagged objects unable to search. And I guess this is just an error, really. Which makes it errors new. That should fix that. Here, return it. Otherwise, return match nil, I think. Because all this checking, all of that good stuff we did. One too many. Oh, we need to also, yeah. You need to be a game object. And then, if all else fails, I guess here it would be... Yeah, I don't need this up here either, do I? Yeah, that's gonna mess this up a little bit. Here, new no tag match error. Yeah, that's fine to return still, because we didn't get an object back. Get a game object, something else matched. This shouldn't happen. This, we're just gonna do unable to determine how to search for a match. No, this is crap. We're just gonna do it now while we're taking everything apart inside of here to accommodate this new idea. Well, not really a new idea, but the next step. Get object by ID, string ID, like so. Game object or error. I've done that backwards. ID is a string. And let's actually just do this as a UUID. We'll do this checking elsewhere. Which means we won't need the logger here either. We'll be able to clean this up a lot. That's good. I don't want to pass crap if I don't have to. We still want to nil check, yeah. But yeah, we can call you target ID. I'm okay with that. Actually. So we still need to check that. If this is nil, well, does it matter? Because a nil UUID is a valid type of UUID. It's just zeros. Not going to match anything. What if you get rid of that? And then this would be nil, new, no tag match error. Why don't we, instead of that, map errors, do actually it'd be no ID match error. That's like so. And then here, no ID match error, target ID. We need to put that right in between those, when it should be like so. And then here we're going to do no ID match error for ID this error dot ID. Okay. And that lets us get rid of all this junk like so. Cleans that up a lot. Gets rid of the logger. We won't need you anymore. Okay. The same is true of this, because match error get element by tag tags, and this is T dot additional connections, because we're not looking for a cardinal when we're here. If error is not equal to nil, return nil error. Otherwise, T okay match type assert 2 transit. If that's okay, except for we just shadowed that. Otherwise, new no tag match error tags. Yeah, there we go. Coffee time. Okay. I should probably leave myself. Type assert to be sure we have transit objects. If we didn't get a transit object, no tag, match error for an exit. Well, for this function that returns only transits. And this probably shouldn't even be get exit by. It should probably be get transit by tag. This shouldn't happen either, because we've given you the list of things, but you know. Okay. So back in our move over here, target transit. There we go. If current tile get transit by tag, move target. If this is okay, target transit is T. And then default, I suppose. We have an error here. Unable to resolve transit by target of type. Move target of type this. This needs to not be that. It needs to be TGD, because that's what we pulled out. And then what are you mad about? Oh, right. We didn't. Duh. Here, we should probably do here, unable to, well, actually, hang on. Yeah, we don't handle any specific error there. How are we handling the lack of a valid exit before? We were sending a text notification. Okay. And then returning an invalid exit error. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can still do that. Invalid exit error. Here, let's do that as well. So we make sure we notify our caller. join TGT because we asserted you as strings. Let's just say that. You can't find that here. Do that, return invalid exit error. And then we can just do a log here. This is debug because it's not really, it doesn't really indicate an error. Unable to resolve an exit by tags error that. So this is char ID exit by tags of T can I just do that directly? I think I can. And then the error is error. So we'll log it debug, go from there. Okay. That. Actually, this is an error, but we don't return anything to the character. We could do something like this. And then say at the end here, if this isn't still empty, we do this, but the message is just error string. And then in here, we can set that and not return just yet. And then here, do the same thing. This one's an error. That's fine. But also, maybe we just do a very generic error string. very generic error string, just so that we can give some feedback to a possible user. Okay. And actually, we can do this. Let's do it this way. If this is nil, then we have problems, right? And then here we can say if error string is empty, like so. That way, if it's set, we use it. Otherwise, this will handle future things a little better. And then we still do our notification and all that. Still return invalid exit error. Everything should get handled correctly. Yeah. Okay. So here, we don't need to pull these guys out anymore. This just needs to be target transit so that we can delete that and that, like so. Okay. Can transit. We still make sure here I'm gonna figure out our feedback here. That's fine. We could still do this. That's pretty tidy. I like that. This can be... If the destination is nil, we got problems. Wait a minute, this shouldn't be... It should be destination tile. Oh, we don't do... This should probably be... just a log. And say, transit this has a nil destination. Unable to continue moving. Unable to move character, let's just say. And then this should be target transit ID. The problem we'd need to check world manager here when we move. Move, if there's an error, we return that. So we wouldn't have returned anything to this character in this case either. So we've got a lot of different cases where we need to break out early. I'm gonna do... is pull out a helper, I think. So I can just keep reusing. Send move error. Message is a string. So like up here, I can pull you down. MSG. Oop. And I guess you do need a char to know who the heck you're trying to send to. That'll cut down on some of the stuff. Send move error, char, error string, return that. So that here we can do that. And actually this right here can live in here too. Except for you are now MSG. And here, I don't got to worry about that. Oops. The same is true right here. So I can log the error. I can send the move error. Just going to explicitly give it that now. I think I love that. I'm gonna do this. And I'm going to leave that there. We're just going to say you got to specify it, and then up here, where we call you can transit, right here, if airstring is empty, airstring, actually, dumb. Because we're not using that anymore, we can just set you the default move error. If it gets overridden, it gets overridden. Cool. If not, it'll send the default there. And then down here, we'll set the default move error explicitly as being sent. Return invalid exit error. We could do this here and let whoever cares log it. The main problem is we just want to make sure. Ensure we let the character know it failed. And maybe there's an argument to be made for a game event for failure, because this is just a text notification. A failure object might be easier to deal with, but we'll think about that. Let's just chuck game events. We'll just throw it up at the top here, I guess. To do, consider an error type. Think about that later. Right now, we have other things to do. The character know it failed, return the error. Cool. Otherwise, we go ahead and leave tile in the current tile. That's groovy. We recover if that's failure for some reason. We send the leave message, handle that. You, destination, character enter tile. You get the room data. If we failed, do that. Okay. Handle event. Everything else should be fine there. You... Let's do up here. This one will be set, but target label, target string. So here, if it's a cardinal, target string. Oop. that here we need to guard that. Like so. And then down here, target string will be what we spit out if we have failed. And we used to lowercase, so I'm okay with that. Still being the case. Okay, so there's that. Meow, you get object by tag no longer takes a log. That's fine and dandy. You, because that's an interface, we're fine there. Here, though, cover, move, character. This just needs to be, oops, not type, target. And we can skip this. Return the error there. Okay. So I think we're actually good there. Character. You, we can preemptively... Where's your move? There's your move. Like so. That still goes in there. That's all fine. We need to... In-game events, though. Game object does not have a move. Okay, so we're good there. We didn't break the interface. That looks good to me. I think that means we're done with this. We can delete that line. So we need to cover this with testing. We need to fix the broken test first. Let's go ahead and commit this, even though everything's going to be broken test-wise. Rework connections, transits, and their tables to be not wholly reliant on getting cardinal directions. Transits and their tables. This should be moving transits and their tables. Do not be wholly reliant on getting cardinal directions. Yeah. We'll push that, because it's a ton of work to get that all into shape in a way that I didn't hate. Theoretically, we should still be able to move by cardinal direction. As we are. Let's test it. Oop, we broke stuff. Oh. Skill DC checks. Our test map is all broken. And test map has to work because it's in the map package. You jerk. All right. We'll go fix that. This package that I don't want in the package, but I need testing purposes. Okay, so you Utah north of us. Can I get away with not really is the answer. So we need this. There, that's the thing. Map coordinates. We're not doing anything with that just now. So we really just care about location. We don't use these, right? In Connect. Move you over here real quick. In Connect, we use destination as a pointer. We'd need to set origin in here. Or do we? You don't have an origin. Okay. So we need a destination. Location is north tile location. Right? We don't even need that in here because we pass it. Okay, so we're fine with that. Tags I shouldn't need. I will. I will need this as my tag. Right? Do I like that idea? I guess. Exit label is empty there. And we don't do... We do... This is for tags. This... This we can't... I don't want to do... Well... It'll be fine, because it'll just end up being this. And it'll be ignored. That's fine. These guys... Spot DC... Use DC. We do have those set up. To pass them in. So transit enter is from the blah blah blah. Exit is to the blah blah blah. Oh, I didn't copy. You goofy. I need all the formats there for it to work. Okay, and then to the for the exit text. And then description, this guy. Okay. And then you get north config, north tile, and then log. Do I have a log in here? I do. Okay. Error is this. If the error is not nil, we should be returning an error here. No. I'm going to, though. And we'll do error building, not error building map, error creating connection. And that should include the details in that error, so we should be good there. And then this isn't really north config. It's this config. Because this one's going to be north config. Connection. Like so. You don't care about these. This. Let's tile Cardinal to north tile location. That's incorrect, actually. It's this one. String U. So it's north tile to the up. I still don't love that, but I don't have a better idea right meow. Exit label will leave nil, spot DC, and use DC will still pass through. Our enter becomes U. That's fine. Exit becomes U. That's fine. And then the description becomes U. That's fine. Fine and dandy. And then error is this guy, connect. We give it the north config. Destination is this tile, because it's the one that goes backwards, right? And log. Error is not nil. Same exact string is fine for this. That's all right with me. I feel like we could pull this out and get a lot of good utility out of it. So let's do that. Connect text tiles. We're going to call it tile, and we're going to call it neighbor. Or return an error. Right? And you all can come down here really quick. This just becomes tile. And this becomes neighbor. We still need the DCs to come with us. Like so. You guys are all going to become... Oop, not you. Tile. Oh, whoops. This is neighbor. These guys down here become neighbor. This becomes tile connect to neighbor, and I do need my log still. That's fine. Return the error if it happens, and then this becomes neighbor config. This is neighbor location cardinal to tile location in string form. This tile, this tile, this tile. Oop, not you. Those are all tile. This is neighbor. This is neighbor connect to tile. And then we return the error if it happens. Like so. Otherwise return nil. Okay. This config, neighbor config. Perfect. Neighbor, neighbor, tile, tile, neighbor. I think these should be correct still. We'll find out. We got testing around it. So then we can get rid of this. And instead of this all, we can still get north tile. And we still have this tile. We can say air is equal to connect test tiles, this tile, north tile, spot DC, use DC, log. If air is not nil, return nil error. And our error message is, let's do error connecting tiles. Like so. Now we can do the same thing here. So we do connect test tiles, this tile, northwest tile, spot DC, use DC, log. Yeah, you are already defined. Same error though, it's fine. Oops. This guy gets replaced. Yeah, USB defined here because you're in the scope of the if. Connect test tiles. This tile, west tile, spot DC, use DC, log. Same error message. That's fine. Southwest. Connect test tiles. This tile, southwest tile, spot DC, use DC, log. Same error. That, this, that. Okay, what else we got here that's not happy? You are missing a comma, right? No? You must be an extra paren? There we go. Okay. What are you mad about? You're not really duplicates, though. There's a difference on this line. These ones are very similar. I'm just going to ignore you. I don't care. I'm going to make sure. This tile, west tile. This tile, southwest tile. Yeah, everything should be the same. All right, let's see now if the server will run. Okay, and then client. Oop, typed that wrong for sure. There we go. All right, I'm in the entrance room and I can't do any exits just yet, but there is no exit. You can't move there right now, so at least it launched. We really won't be able to do... We'd have to put you in a place. It's annoying. I shouldn't have done that just yet. That's okay. We'll just do it by testing, and go from there. Before we do that, fix test map. helper. Pull out the tile connection logic for reuse. That's fine. And dandy. Reasonably happy with that. So we are pretty much in fixed test land. So let's go ahead and close everything really quick just to tidy up. Tile test will leave open because we're going to be in that pretty hot and heavy. Let's close these guys real quick. And we'll start in the game map in tile, and we'll also open game map because we have game map test over there. The same package, so I'll have to fix everything in here. Is there a world where I can use new tile in here? ID, location, description, verbose description. I don't see why not. This new tile, UUID new, that's fine. Coordinates, new at, this could be coordinates 0. Description, test tile 1 is perfectly fine. What else am I missing here? I need verbose, right? Yes, verbose. Very cool test tile. And then you, like so. No? What am I? Oh, I need a parent ID? Ugh. Okay. There we go. And then 2 new, we'll use that. I need that. That should be perfectly fine. Expected connection. Okay. Expected transit, because it's gonna, connections have gone away. We can just do that. Destination, why is that? Oh, because you're already a pointer now. Okay, all of that. Groovy. This, though, shouldn't be that anymore. And coffee's broke. So, connect unidirectional. This doesn't have... There is only unidirectional connections being made by this now. So this is test connect, but we have 2 possible methods. This one is going to be cardinal. And this is not that. This is the expected transit now. Directly. Right? We expect ID to just not be nil. No, we're going to feed it a config. So, we need to do this. You, like that. Okay. This doesn't super matter, but that. This will become that. That. Tags for you. Should be for this. So it's 0 east. Because it's 0, 0 to 1, 0. String. I want to make sure here. Do I want to do that, or could I do that here and get it for free everywhere? Let's do that. I like that way more. Then this can get reverted. I was really enjoying that song, so we're going to play it again. The exit label in the config will be empty. Exit label is optional. You test spot DC, test use DC, transit enter. We well, that's not true. There, that's better. We just want strings to be able to match on there, which we didn't do a good job of before. Oh no, we defaulted. That's right. We didn't. We do default. Okay. So we're going to leave these empty so that we can test that. Empty to ensure default is set. Empty to ensure default is set. But there's no description default, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, and we expect a transit to come out of this. Destination should be test tile 2. That's still true. The ID should be transit ID. Destination is tile 2. Tags should be an empty list, I believe, because we get only tags, yeah, that aren't cardinal get appended. Description should be our default. Oh, wait. Description. We didn't set a description. Okay. So we need to do that. Not destination. Description. Description equals default connection description. There we go. So let's also leave this. We'll probably have the test to make sure we pass them through correctly as well and they don't get overwritten. All right. So back to our transit here. So ID destination tags, exit label. We expect you to be empty, right? No. Yes. Oh, we joined the config tags though. That's fine. You don't have to use that. You can use the cardinal if you want. So this we expect to be join transit config tags with spaces. Description should be default. Enter and leave should be those defaults. And then our DC should be passed through. Description, enter message, leave message, the DCs. Okay, cool. Now we connect you with transit config. We do test.2 still, and we do a logger. We don't have a logger, do we? No. New logger. That. If error is not nil here, it's a fatal error. Error connecting tiles. Spit out the error. Otherwise, we need to check ya. Okay. We don't have to range over the transit table anymore. This tile ID, this transit. Yeah. Validate. ID. This doesn't make sense. We just want to say you're transit now, for one. We want to say if transit ID is not equal to, what do we call you? Transit ID. It's an error. Invalid ID set in transit. Wanted this, got that. This all goes away. That goes away. Am I dumb here? Can I just deep equal these guys? Hang on. Hang on. We went to all the trouble of making a nice expected transit. And this should work now. I don't think I can diff these guys because they don't have exported fields. So it'll just have to suck a little bit. We do expect no connection added to the west. And I don't need to check both directions now because we don't differentiate between two different modes. Because we don't need to build that single connection object. Because they don't have to work with one another like that anymore. We can just put it on the tile. It's okay. We don't need unidirectional backwards anymore. Like, if you can connect one way, you can connect the other way. Theory. Let's actually do this one before the default test. It's going to look very much the same. We just want to make sure that things get passed through correctly. Test exit label. Tag should still be empty for you. Exit label should be transit config. Exit label, yes. Description. That. Exit description is what you called in that side of the fence. Tags empty is still true. These guys. Enter message. Exit message. And description. We already did that part though. You though. Oop. No longer true. Enter message should be transit config, transit enter, leave message, transit config, transit exit, like so. Test connect cardinal, all that should be groovy now. We should also here say, also make sure tile 1, extra, what are you called again? Not extra, additional exits remains empty, right? So if len test tile 1. Additional connections is greater than 0. It's an error. We say test tile additional connections should not contain any entries but found this additional connections. Those are going to be pointers, unless I think they get expanded if we do that as well. And this is going to also be true of our other friend here. Like so. And we're going to do add tests for Cardinals with additional tags should be in both lists, and to do add tests for exits with only tags. Both of those are going to be important. New test map. You need to also handle an error. If that error is not nil, it's a fatal error. Error setting up test map. This error. Okay. You like so. You should be fine, I hope. Ooh, actually, hang on. Yes, in theory. Ooh, we're gonna have a problem here. Add tests for exits with tags. We need to be careful. In our tile when we do our get exits, because we could have duplicates. Get exit info. Oh, we didn't go through them yet. We need to do that. Actually, hang on. Go through the additional exits list here as well. Only add them to the output if we don't already have them. We're trying to be flexible here. Match by ID. Yeah, okay. You also, error is not nil, it's fatal, error creating test map, error, like so. And then that, like that. Okay, transit by Cardinal. That's a problem. This is Cardinal. This is that. Which we shouldn't even use anymore. We can just call it directly. We'll fix those. It'll be simpler. So this becomes test tile. We're going to have to do a regex here. So we expect that whatever is in here, whatever it's called, well, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is all of them, actually. Hang on. We can do this manually just as easy, because there's only 8. Test tile, cardinal connections at u. That dot description. Easy, easy peasy. Okay. U. What sort of hell have I caused myself in this section? This one, easy enough. Error, creating test map, like so. Makes you not that anymore. I bet you I have a number of these, so I'm just going to, yep. Copy pasta. You. You. Wait, what do I got here? Ah, I missed one. Okay. You. Same creature. You. So. Like so. You are going to need to get fixed up. But we'll come back to that. Let's just fix up these fellas here right quick. First. There we go. That order. You like so. And you are not it. That's different stuff. Okay. We'll fix that. Next. But that's going to take us to the 4-hour mark. So I'm gonna go take a break, have some lunch, and do some other things. But thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if you come on back around tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central, I should be here doing more of it. And I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road.